Okay, hey, Darkstar here. I think we're live now. Took a few. Don't know why it wasn't connecting before. So we're at 962 million, so we got 40 million to go. So we will definitely, unless something tragic happens, hit 1 billion tonight. Alright, so, my last mission, not broadcast, was over here to an island. So I don't know how we're gonna get out of here. I don't normally fly down this way because there's often not good routes out. So that might cost us an extra mission. Just to get out of here. Or the other option would be to move the plane. Oh, there's a good one out, actually. Oh, that's the wrong direction. But we might try some of these other airports and see if we can find other flights out of here that are worth more. Okay, that's the Buenos Aires there for 16. I wish they were based on real world routes or something, so we could look those up and find out where to fly from, but we just have no information. Oh, it takes a longer time. I kind of wish I hadn't taken this flight. You know what I'm thinking is try maybe out of Miami or something. Some of these big airports up here. That's not a big airport. It's an interesting one. Oh, I thought that was 17 for a minute. Oh, let's fly up to Iceland, I guess. Where'd it go? I saw it. There we go. How much is that gonna cost me? Whoa, 1.62. It amazes me how flat most of the world is. I was just noticing in the repair place and on that screen right there, which just flashed by, it has a number of hours you have on that plane. So that was kind of interesting. I really regret painting my plane. I was really hoping it would help with passenger satisfaction. Of course, what everyone wants is to be able to pick a livery. Go with that. I don't know why they wouldn't let you do that. Like it's a single player game. Let people put whatever livery on the plane they want.
Hi, Captain. Happy to work with you today. I'm your first officer, Deborah Stedman. Nice to meet you.
Captain, it's Rolando the Pursuer. Ready to board passengers. Waiting on your go-ahead.
Okay, 1103.
Orlando ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. Could you please get the passengers on board?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. The jetway is going to be connected.
Orlando ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. I am done with the boarding.
Boarding complete, Captain.
Ugh.
Orlando ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. Could you please send the baggage?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. Baggage is on the way.
Please send the bagage. When that comes on, boom, switch.
Orlando ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. Could you please send the catering truck?
I should make my config
Summit
file
Delta
available
Sierra
or
Tango
something.
8311. The catering truck is on the road.
Orlando ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. Ready to copy IFR clearance to Keflavik.
Keflavik.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311 is cleared to Keflavik Airport. Via the CITR-1 departure, expect runway 18 left, maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency is 124.1, squawk 0021.
Cleared to Keflavik via the CITR-1 departure, runway 18 left, maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency is 124.1, squawk 0021, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311, readback is correct. Contact ground on 131.85 when ready to taxi. Good day.
Captain, we are at 50% of fuel.
We're fine.
Orlando ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311, requesting pushback.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. Pushback request accepted.
Luggage loading complete.
Orlando ground,
Hey, Captain.
Summit Delta
Tobar,
Sierra
okay.
Tango 8311, requesting the end of pushback.
Pushback is complete.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. Request to end pushback received.
I just heard we're clear to start engines in the background. It's weird how it mutes it when you're teleporting.
Orlando Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311 at runway 18 left, ready for departure. IFR to Keflavik.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. Altimeter tree 018. Cleared for takeoff runway 18 left.
Cleared for takeoff runway 18 left, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. To all passengers, prepare for takeoff. Please ensure your seat belt is fastened tightly, your seat is in the upright position, and your tray table is securely stored. Thank you.
Stutter, 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 stutter. Man, I keep forgetting to set up my rudders.
V1, rotate.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. Contact Miami Center on 124.1. Good day.
124.1, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311.
Where's my flight plan? There it is. Okay, it's off to my left, so let's see if I go that way. There we go. And if you're really not sure, what you could do is just go like that. And then go LNAV. That'll sort it out.
Good morning to all passengers. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Deborah Stedman. Welcome aboard flight DST-8311, inbound to Cern's Jobber. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 7,200 feet and an airspeed of 200 knots. It's 12:09 p.m. We anticipate a comfortable flight in spite of some mild turbulence. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight.
You belt the animals. I don't know why sometimes it spawns you in a stall and sometimes it's fine. It's weird. Whoa. Okay, KFI 19. Okay, let's get some radio comms going.
Keflavik approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311 is at 4,800 feet, climbing 7,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. Keflavik approach. QNH 1000. Radar contact. Continue to KFI 19. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. Descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Keep speed not above 200 knots. Expect LS Zulu runway 19er approach via Valix transition. Cleared to Valix.
Descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Keep speed not above 200 knots. Expect ILS Zulu runway 19er approach via Valix transition. Cleared to Valix. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311.
Expect 19.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. Contact Keflavik Tower on 118 decimal tree when inbound on the approach.
Okay, I want to do this manually because I don't want to have both of them at the same time.
Tower on 118 decimal tree. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. Keflavik Tower. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. 10 miles north. Inbound ILS Zulu runway 19er approach.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. Keflavik Tower. QNH 1000. Cleared ILS Zulu runway 19er approach.
Cleared ILS Zulu runway 19er approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311.
Okay, we captured the localizer on the glide slope. Way too much.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311. Wind 212 at 14. Clear to land runway 19er.
Clear to land runway 19er. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 8311.
Auto throttle off. Okay. Auto brakes are on. Speed brake is armed. Gear is down 3 greens. Flaps are down. We're on the glide slope. speed's looking good. Winds currently 17 with a little bit of crosswind component. That's going to bounce us around a little bit at the last minute. It's turning into more of a headwind. Rollout and flare are armed. Patty lights indicate high on the approach.
300. 200.
We'll see what that looks like. Yeah.
100. Approaching minimums.
We're gonna land long.
50.
I'm not going around. Come on.
40, 30, 20, 10.
Oh, I think that's a... Whoa, that was bad. That was really, really bad. I shouldn't have trusted it. When the light said we were high, I should have trusted that. The lights seem to work better than the ILS's. Oh, well, there we go on that.
To all passengers, we have not reached the gate yet. Please remain seated until the captain turns off the fasten seatbelt sign. Thank you.
It really bothers me when that you've entered the taxiway, you're speeding, you're doing 17 violations all at once because we don't know what a taxiway is. You can sim rate the engine shutdown so it's shorter. And look, we still got 100 to 100. How is that possible? That was terrible. That was a terrible, terrible landing. Nope. Nope. I've done several missions in a row on this, so unfortunately I have to stop and start it at least every couple. Then I have to think what to do after I hit 1 billion. Of course, one answer is buy all the planes. For that I'll probably need like 1.1 billion. Because I kind of want to keep a billion. I kind of farm the rest of the planes. That might be one way to go. Kind of bored with it. Don't really like flying the airliners all that much. I want some way to make similar amounts of money flying other planes. That doesn't seem to be the way that any of these career systems are built. It's like bigger, more boring planes, more money. Let's move this along. So we're up in Iceland. Oh, 9.73. I don't recall there being great missions out of here. Was that a 10? Yeah, I don't want to fly down there though. We're within striking distance of England here though. Let's try some of these airports to see what's here. Edinburgh. The 14. Which isn't great. It's a little less than I would like. So let's try to remember that. EGPH. Couple places up here. That's technically an Air Force base. So weird they have missions out of Air Force bases. Have you noticed that everywhere they pop up missions like this where you can see one, at least easily, you go to it and there's an offer? Meaning like that airport in the marketplace. 14.4? No, I don't want to go that direction. Alright, Edinburgh it is. Show me what you got. $1.5 million to relocate. into ATC and avionics, accept mission. Move plane. Should we do a maintenance pass? Nah. Oh, I didn't need to do that here. I need to do it on the next one for sure. I might only need to do it on the next screen, but I think if you want to modify the flight plan at all, you really need to do it at the map screen. Our ATC gets, I think, more confused. I don't know. It's interesting that the EFB will come up.
It's a real pleasure to be flying together again.
Okay, power on.
Captain, Anthea from the flight crew here. Prepped for boarding, Captain. Awaiting your orders.
Edinburgh ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango, 119er. Could you please get the passengers on board? Summit Delta Sierra Tango, 119er. The jetway is going to be connected.
Okay, 147 on the course.
Edinburgh
Boarding
ground,
complete,
Summit
Captain.
Delta Sierra Tango, 119er. I am done with the boarding.
I'm so done with the boarding.
Edinburgh ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango, 119er. Could you please send the baggage? Summit Delta Sierra Tango, 119er. Baggage is on the way.
Oh, shoot, catering.
Edinburgh ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango, 119er. Could you please send the catering truck? Summit Delta Sierra Tango, 119er. The catering truck is on the road. Edinburgh ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango, 119er ready to copy IFR clearance to Toronto. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er is cleared to Toronto Airport via the GOSA 1 Charlie departure. Expect runway 24, maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 119.875, squawk 2016. Cleared to Toronto via the GOSA 1 Charlie departure, runway 24, maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 119.875, squawk 2016, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er, read back is correct. Contact ground on 121.908 when ready taxi. Good day.
Fuel gauge reads 50%, Captain.
Edinburgh ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er, requesting pushback. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er, pushback request accepted.
Tow bar is set,
Edinburgh
Captain.
ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er, requesting the end of pushback.
Pushback is complete.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er, request to end pushback.
Luggage loading
received.
complete.
Edinburgh Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er, ready for departure. Runway 24, IFR to Toronto.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er, QNH 1017. Cleared for takeoff, runway 24.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 24. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er. To all passengers, please fasten your seatbelts and secure all baggage underneath your seat or in the overhead compartments. Place your seats and table trays in the upright position. Turn off all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones, and prepare for takeoff.
Okay, I keep forgetting and forgetting and forgetting. I'm gonna do it. It could be that nose wheel steering is causing the bigger part of the problem, because I'm getting both effects. So I might actually want to put, yeah, you know what? I think I want this to be a lot less. And then I want rudder to be more like it was, I think. Maybe even a little more. Okay, let's try that.
V1, rotate.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er contact Scottish Center on 119.875. Good day.
Going to 119.875. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er.
So one thing I've kind of learned doing these takeoffs over and over and over again is that when you're taking off, you want to engage the autopilot when you have this like near the crosshairs. Makes it less jerky. So if you've kind of got it trimmed out and it's already on the crosshairs and you engage the autopilot, that's when it's a little smoother. sure what we're doing, but looks a lot like we're on vital.
Toronto approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er is passing 5,900 feet, climbing 8,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er. Toronto approach. Altimeter tree 001. Radar contact. Continue to Bethany. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er. Descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Expect vectors ILS runway tree right approach.
Okay, what did they say? 3-3 right. We were already there. 1-5 left. This is probably the wrong approach. We're
To all
still
passengers,
descending.
now we're approaching Mississauga, where local time is 3:52 p.m. Please stay in your seat with your seatbelt fastened. Personal screens, footrests, and seat tables must be stowed away, and all hand luggage stored either in the overhead lockers or under the seat in front. Please ensure all electronic devices are turned off. Thank you.
Okay, I want to pick up some speed now. I don't want to get my flaps up. Probably get a bad weather bonus here. And let's get back to normal time. I think that's it. Make sure you have your altimeter set correctly. I like to have some flaps out when I'm descending because it lets me descend really fast without getting over speed. Expect vectors, which they never, ever, ever give us. Okay, sim rate up 1 and 2. Let's see if we can handle 2 without going crazy. Alright, we're gonna slam the speed back. Need a G-force meter on this thing. I wonder what forces we're applying to our poor passengers there. Okay, sim rate's up 1. At least in the straightaways, maybe not so much in the turns. I think 180 is a good approach speed. I'm not sure, like realistic even. And if you've got a little bit of flaps out, you can slow down really, really fast from there. I'm hoping we're gonna get some kind of clearance here. You know what we didn't do? Shoot. Okay, we're still on 113, but we need to get 327 in here real fast. 327. Approach. Nope. Well, I know that we want to descend at about 1,200 feet per minute, so we'll start there. Let's get our speed down closer to where we want to be.
2,500.
Start getting some more flaps out. gear down.
We've left the landing gear down. Seems we missed that step.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er. You are 900 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain 3,000 feet altimeter tree 002.
Climb and maintain 3,000 feet. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er.
1,000.
Nope.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er.
Maintain present heading and altitude. Tower on 118.7 Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er.
Slow down. Come on, contact.
Toronto Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er, 2 miles southeast, inbound ILS runway tree, right approach.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er, Toronto Tower. Altimeter tree 002. Cleared ILS runway tree, right approach.
That's just the
Cleared
approach,
ILS
not
runway
even the
tree,
landing.
right approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er.
Come on. Clear me to land.
50. 40.
It's not going to clear me to land, is it?
30. 20. 10.
10. It's the world's slowest landing. Come on, clear me to land. Well, we'll see what happens. I bet it's not going to take it.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er. You are not clear to land. Clear the runway. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er. You are not clear to land. Clear the runway.
That is so annoying.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er. Contact ground on 121.9er.
Yeah, but it's not taking it.
121.9er, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 119er.
Yeah, there's no skip to shut down or anything. 1187? 1187 says we're already on tower. Well, that's a tail strike. What is it doing?
Flaps. Too low.
Captain, some passengers are complaining.
I'm pushing as far forward as I can, piece of crap. Weird, it doesn't say the plane is damaged. Let's just check. Yeah, that's not much. Okay. God damn it. Piece of shit, man. Really tired of the bugs in this game. Oh, I need to keep this one in mind. CYYZ to Stockholm. I think I have Stockholm syndrome from this freaking game.
Hi, Captain. We've got a great team aboard with Jada Wheel's cabin crew. First Officer Liz Kaufman.
Captain, our cabin crew is ready for boarding. Awaiting your instructions.
Toronto ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Could you please get the passengers on board?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. The jetway is going to be connected.
Toronto ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. I am done with the boarding.
Captain, all passengers on board.
Toronto ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Could you please send the baggage?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Baggage is on the way.
Toronto ground.
God dang it. I think it's this one. Wait, why didn't that turn up anything? Because it did the wrong thing. You have to lock the mouse down so it can't move when you're mapping it. Okay, I could use that one too. What would I put on that? Not sure. Let me just double check with this. Open communications panel. I'm not sure if I need that one. Okay, it's on that one now.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Could you please send the catering truck?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. The catering truck is on the road.
Toronto ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108 IFR to Arlanda. Ready to copy.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108 is cleared to Arlanda Airport via the Delta Echo Papa 01 departure. Expect runway 15 left, maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency is 128.8, squawk 1525.
I don't like that. Why is it only doing that? Okay. I put it, it looks like I mapped it on the front one instead of the back one. Okay, let's try that.
Cleared to Arlanda via the Delta Echo Papa 01 departure. Runway 15 left, maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency is 128.8, squawk 1525, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Read back correct. Contact ground on 121.9er. Good day.
Currently at 50%
Toronto ground.
fuel
Summit
capacity,
Delta
Captain.
Sierra Tango 108, requesting pushback.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Pushback request accepted.
Tow bar is set, Captain.
Toronto ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108, requesting the end of pushback.
Pushback is complete.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108.
Luggage loading
Request
complete.
to end pushback received.
You are cleared to start engines.
Hey, how's it going out there?
Toronto Tower. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108 at runway 15, left ready for departure. IFR to Arlanda.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Altimeter tree 005. Cleared for takeoff runway 15 left.
Oh shoot. What the heck?
Cleared for takeoff runway 15 left. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Dear passengers, please fasten your seatbelts and secure all baggage underneath your seat or in the overhead compartments. Place your seats and table trays in the upright position. Turn off all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones, and prepare for takeoff.
V1, rotate.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Contact Toronto departure on 128.8. Good day.
Going to 128.8. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Toronto departure. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108 is passing 2,600 feet, climbing 7,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Toronto departure. Altimeter tree 005. Radar contact. Continue. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Climb and maintain 8,300 feet.
Climb and maintain 8,300 feet. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108.
The heck?
morning, dear passengers. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Liz Kaufman. Welcome aboard flight DST-108, inbound to Stockholm metropolitan area. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 8,100 feet and at an airspeed of 200 knots. It's 8:33 a.m., and we should expect a smooth flight all the way. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Expect vectors ILS runway 26 approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Contact Stockholm approach on 123.755. Good day.
123.755 for Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Stockholm approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108 is passing 3,600 feet, climbing 8,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Stockholm approach. QNH 1005. Radar contact. Continue to ESA 75. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Descend and maintain 2,500 feet. Contact Arlanda Tower on 125.1 tree.
Descend and maintain 2,500 feet. Tower on 125.1 tree, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Arlanda Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108, 10 miles east, inbound ILS runway 26 approach.
2,500.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Arlanda Tower. QNH 1005. Cleared ILS runway 26 approach.
Cleared ILS runway 26 approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108.
I think that's normal speed. Let me make sure. Yep. Should get cleared to land.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Wind 002 at 14. Clear to land runway 26.
Clear to land runway 26. Summit Delta Sierra Tango
Captain, we didn't
108.
retract the landing gear.
This looks kind of short.
One approaching minimums. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
A pretty good crosswind there, I think. Gonna make me go all the way down there?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Turn next taxiway. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 108. Turn next taxiway.
The hold short point is 1.28 nautical miles away now? What?
Summit Delta...
Good God, this thing is buggy. We should be done by now. What? So if you're flying for 1 million credits, it would take you 1,000 missions to get $1 billion. Really? There's nothing better here? guess since we're real close here, let's unlock some of these regions. Think there's any 737 flights out of there? Not sure where else might be worth unlocking up there. I don't even know what all these are. Are these all like oil derricks and stuff or something? Whoa, that one's a custom one. Just picked it random out of the North Sea there. Already done that. Yeah, as long as I'm down here, let's go ahead and do these. Let's see, maybe that one. Not missions list. Might get unlock a bunch of helicopter missions or something. That one. Thought there might be an bigger airport around there. I feel like we already checked this one. Yeah, we did. It's always the same few places that I can find decent missions out of. Amsterdam's one of them. There's Montreal for 14. Hmm. 14's not great though. Alright. With our mouse-based quick reply, this should be a little bit less painful now. Oh my goodness, what's going on?
Good morning, Captain. First time working together. I'm Bali, your first officer.
Captain, it's Eric the Pursuer. Ready to board passengers. Waiting on your go-ahead.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808. Could you please get the passengers on board?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808. The jetway is going to be connected.
10935.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808. I am done with the boarding.
Boarding complete, Captain.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808. Could you please send the baggage?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808. Baggage is on the way.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808. Could you please send the catering truck?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808. The catering truck is on the road.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808 IFR to
Summit
Standiford.
Delta
Ready to
Sierra
copy.
Tango 808 is cleared to Standiford Airport via the NUGB-1 Romeo departure. Expect runway 22, maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 118.475, squawk 6001.
Clear to Standiford via the NUGB-1 Romeo departure, runway 22, maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 118.475, squawk 6001. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808, read back correct. Contact ground on 121.7 tree. Good day.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808, requesting pushback.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808, pushback request accepted.
Ground,
Hey, Captain.
Summit Delta
Tobar,
Sierra
okay.
Tango 808, requesting the end of pushback.
Pushback is complete.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808, request to end pushback received.
You are cleared to start engines.
Oh, my average view duration is 13 seconds. Nice.
Stansted Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808 at runway 22, ready for departure. IFR to Standiford.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 22.
Cleared for takeoff runway 22. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808. Ladies and gents, prepare for takeoff. Please ensure your seat belt is fastened tightly, your seat is in the upright position, and your tray table is securely stored. Thank you. V1 rotate.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808, contact London Center on 118.475. Good day.
Going to 118.475. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808.
We're going to London Town. Or leaving London Town or something.
morning, ladies and gents. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Bolly Leonard. Welcome aboard Flight DST-88, inbound to Louisville. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 7,600 feet and at an airspeed of 200 knots. It's 9:10 a.m. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
Hey there. Working my way up to 1 billion credits in career mode. So I got 1 or 2 more missions here.
Approach, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808 is passing 5,600 feet, climbing 8,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808. Approach, altimeter tree 005. Radar contact. Continue to RDBRD. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS runway tree 5. Left approach via BRBON transition. Cleared to BRBON.
Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS runway tree 5. Left approach via BRBON transition. Cleared to BRBON. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808. Ladies and gents, now we're approaching Louisville, where local time is 6:34 p.m. Please stay in your seat with your seatbelt fastened. Personal screens, footrests, and seat tables must be stowed away, and all hand luggage stored either in the overhead lockers or under the seat in front. Please ensure all electronic devices are turned off. Thank you.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808. Contact Louisville Tower on 124.2 when inbound.
You are inbound.
Tower on 124.2, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808. Louisville Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808, 17 miles south, inbound ILS runway tree 5, left approach.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808, Louisville Tower, altimeter tree 005, cleared ILS runway tree 5, left approach.
Cleared ILS runway tree 5, left approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808.
So we usually get cleared to land about here when it doesn't bug out. And right along in here we want to start slowing down. Three greens on the gear. Speed brakes are armed. Flaps are down. Auto brakes are set. Let's get auto throttle off and get our speeds dialed in here. Okay, right now we have a headwind, 7 knots.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808.
Cleared to land.
Wind 025 at tree. Clear to land runway tree 5 left.
Clear to land runway tree 5 left. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808.
That's why people don't like radio altimeters for minimums and stuff. I guess it depends on where you are, but if the ground is sloping up, I think you're fine. If there's any kind of like little hill or whatever, it'll go off early. We are dead on the glide slope. Very stable.
400.
Looks like more than sufficient runway for brakes 1. So 30-foot call out, we'll start easing back on the throttle. 30 foot.
100. Approaching minimums. 50. 40. 30.
Okay, coming
20,
back on the throttle. Not all at once. Ease it back. Let the nose wheel come down.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango.
Reversers on.
Please acknowledge.
Ah, shit.
Standiford Airport Information Whiskey 0100 Zulu. Wind 025 at tree. Visibility 10. Sky condition. Few clouds at 2,700 feet. Ceiling 5,000 feet broken. Temperature 25.
Okay, we got
Dew point 22. Altimeter tree 005. ILS runway tree 5 right and ILS runway tree 5 left.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808. Turn next taxiway.
I wish it were better at placing our exits, or just letting us exit, like exit to the right or left or something. I do like not working the brakes as hard. Oh,
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808.
Going this way.
Exit runway.
Yeah.
Summit Delta Sierra
Piece of
Tango
crap.
808.
As per usual. So buggy every single frickin' time almost. I think it's been every time tonight. There's been something wrong.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 808. Did you hear my last transmission?
Shut up, you idiot. Garbage. $995. One more mission should do it. And then I have to do like 10 more after that to earn enough money to get all the planes I want. Hey. I can do 5 a night pretty easy. Can do 5 missions in under 3 hours. If you're skipping and everything. I wish they would fix the extra camera view. It is like virtually impossible to set that thing up. You need some way where you can just position it live. Almost like I would say just have it like a drone cam. Let me just fly it around and put it wherever I want. Could have like a little reposition button on it or something. Ow. could do 13 million to Anchorage. Let's do it. I haven't flown into Anchorage.
Hi, Captain. We've got a great team aboard with Tia Collins as cabin crew. First Officer Buddy Green.
Captain, it's Tia from the cabin crew. Passengers ready for boarding, Captain. Waiting on your okay.
Louisville ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Could you please get the passengers on board?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. The jetway is going to be connected.
One 11175.
Louisville ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. I am done with the boarding.
Captain, all passengers on board.
Louisville ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Could you please send the baggage?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Baggage is on the way.
Louisville ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Could you please send the catering truck?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. The catering truck is on the road.
Louisville ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Ready to copy IFR clearance to Anchorage.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710 is clear to Anchorage Airport. Via the RDHSE-1 departure, JIPCA transition, expect runway 17 right. Maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 123.675. Squawk 0211.
Cleared to Anchorage. Via the RDHSE-1 departure, JIPCA transition, runway 17 right. Maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 123.675. Squawk 0211. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Read back correct. Contact ground on 121.7. Good day.
Louisville ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Gate 55. Information Zulu. Request startup.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Louisville ground. Startup approved. Altimeter tree 008.
Louisville ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Requesting pushback.
I did it twice.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Pushback request accepted.
Luggage loading complete.
Louisville ground.
Tow bar in
Summit
place,
Delta
Captain.
Sierra Tango 9710, requesting the end of pushback.
Pushback is complete. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Request end pushback received. You're cleared to start engines.
Louisville Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710, ready for IFR departure, runway 17 right.
008. Cleared for takeoff runway 17 right.
Which way is that?
Summit Delta
Okay.
Sierra Tango 90710. Did you hear my last transmission?
Did you hear my last
Cleared for takeoff,
transmission?
runway 17 right. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. To all passengers, prepare for takeoff. Please ensure your seat belt is fastened tightly, your seat is in the upright position, and your tray table is securely stored. Thank you.
Windsock looks pretty calm. Uh-oh. I messed up.
V1, rotate.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Contact Louisville departure on 123.675. Good day.
123.675.
123.675. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Louisville departure. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710 is passing 2,400 feet, climbing 8,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710, Louisville departure. Altimeter tree 007, radar contact. Continue to whine in. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710, keep speed not above 230 knots. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Did you hear my last transmission?
Keep speed not above 230 knots. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710.
Currently at 50% fuel capacity, Captain.
Good morning to all passengers. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Buddy Green. Welcome aboard flight DST-9710, inbound to Anchorage. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 7,600 feet and at 200 knots. It's 11:51 a.m. We anticipate a comfortable flight in spite of some mild turbulence. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight.
Should get a little bit of a bad weather bonus. I think it's gonna be bad weather into Alaska too. It was pretty bad out there when I was out there before I started streaming. I like to fly around Alaska. Oh, okay. Interesting. Going to Pepvi. I don't know why, but you have to click twice when you're paused to get things. Or maybe it's a timing thing. What? Well, I'll tell you what, we'll just dial in our heading for now. I'll go that way. Alright, let's pause.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Maintain present heading and altitude expect ILS runway 15 approach via Tango Echo Delta 12 radial. 22 DME arc, clear to Tango Echo Delta 12 radial. 22 DME.
Maintain present heading and altitude expect ILS runway 15 approach via Tango Echo Delta 12 radial. 22 DME arc, clear to Tango Echo Delta 12 radial. 22 DME. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710 contact Anchorage approach on 123.8. Good day.
123.8. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Anchorage approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. 8,000 feet. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Anchorage approach. Altimeter 2966. Radar contact continue to PEP. All passengers, we are approaching Ted Stevens Anchorage International. Please fasten your seatbelt and adjust your seat back and tray table to the upright position. Please secure your carry-on baggage in the overhead compartment or under the seat in front of you. All electronic devices must be turned off until the aircraft is parked. Thank you.
So I wonder if we go LNAV, if it's going to do the right thing. Yeah, see, pretty soupy out there. ILS 15 11175 11175 course 147. Okay. I sort of wish that when you entered it here that it would automatically populate the info. It'd save me some setup. Let's see, so we are in LNAV. It seems to know how to fly the ARC, which is good. So the 22 DME ARC means 22 nautical miles out from the DOR. See our projected curve is right along that arc, so that's cool. So we're slightly turned. I want to slow to 180 for the turn on the final here. When we get closer, let's sim rate up for now. Okay, we're coming up on a top of descent. I'm hoping that because we're in VNAV, it will...
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Descend and maintain 6,800 feet. Descend and maintain 6,800 feet. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710.
I want to let it descend. I don't want to... One, I don't think I've ever flown this kind of approach in a 737. I'm curious if it'll do the descent and everything. Okay, we passed top of descent. We do not appear to be descending. See, this says we should be down at 3,300 by the next waypoint here. We'll see. We're way high, that's for sure. I'm gonna go ahead and slow down to...
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Contact Anchorage Tower on 118.3 when inbound. Tower on 118.3. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Anchorage Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710, 21 miles north, inbound ILS runway, 15 approach.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710, Anchorage Tower, altimeter 2965, cleared ILS runway 15 approach.
Cleared ILS runway 15 approach, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710.
Catch the glide slope here, no problem. Is this Ted Stevens? Yeah. Cool. Glide slopes captured, localizers captured. Let's do this one in 141.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710, wind 016 at 5, cleared to land runway 15.
Cleared to land runway 15, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710.
It's weird because it said wind 016, but we're getting winds at 180. That means the wind's gonna have to basically flip 180 degrees between here and the runway. And this is your radar altimeter. Okay, rollout and flare is armed. We're on the glide path. We're a little high according to the lights, a little low according to the glide slope, which is probably wrong. Flaps are down, gears down 3 greens. Auto brakes are set. Spoilers are armed, or speed brakes, or whatever you want to call them. Yeah, we're
approaching minimums. 50, 40,
30. Start easing back on the throttle, nice and easy. Front wheel down, reversers out.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710, turn next taxiway.
Barely even had to use brakes.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710, turn next taxiway.
I feel like it's always a trap. Like they're trying to trick me into exiting where it's not going to be.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710, contact ground on 121.9er.
Going to 121.9er, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710. Anchorage ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710, taxi to parking.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710, taxi to gate November 2 via taxiway Lima Golf 1 Echo Echo Tree.
Taxiing to gate November 2 via taxiway Lima Golf 1 Echo Echo Tree, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90710.
Doesn't look too bad. Thought we would taxi out on our final mission to 1 billion. Okay, what is it trying? Why is it having us taxi right through another plane? this taxiway crashes my plane, I'm gonna be pissed off. It's a little bouncy for a taxiway. Got me worried. Starting to get better at taxiing finally after many hours of this. Well, that was blinding. This is gonna be it. Unless the game bugs out. Whoa, that was scary. Well, at least our 1 billion credit mission was an S tier. It's a nice little bonus. I felt like I should have got some bad weather bonus there. Ta-da! We have made it. Alright. Now time for something relaxing. Oh, shoot. I say that's relaxing. Oh, no luck so far. I couldn't even match my previous record. I wish it would not put the wording right in front of your face. Like, that's so annoying. Yeah, still 7th. I'll try one more time. Stop putting the words in front of my face. Okay, let's try this way. I don't see a way down now. What happened? Out of bounds or something? There's my ghost. Yeah, that's not gonna beat anything. Worse, way worse. Well, I'm stuck in 8th, 7th, and 1st. Which means no promotion for me. Unless I can do better on this one. I don't understand why I can't get any speed out of this thing. Maybe I need to reduce my mixture some more. Oh, come on. I hate it when the throttle doesn't work. You have to sit there and jiggle the throttle to get it to take it. So, one tip on this one is using your rudder will help you rotate faster. Oh, come on. No, I'm too fast apparently. My other ghost is still way ahead of me. Oh. Well, that's an interesting strategy. One problem I have here is that this thing always kills me. Like right here. Like why? What happened? I just hit an invisible wall there like every single time. There it goes again with the throttle. Come on. Gate missed? Come on. Oh my God. Dang it. Boy. Oh shoot, God dang it. beat my record. Yes, we moved up a little bit. Whew. That plane is so sluggish. There we go. Now we'll currently get promoted. Other people might come through and beat me. Now what? I guess I could grind some more cash to buy all the planes. Let's go see what's in the old wish list at the moment. It's not really necessarily stuff I'm gonna buy, it's just stuff I wanted to keep an eye on. I was a little bit interested in the Jetstar. But I kind of have enough planes right now. I kind of want this plane, but I don't want to do captains. And it's highly rated, but there's only 4 raters, which tells me it's probably not actually a 4.8. But I would like a quad turbo kind of plane like that. And then there's something that was coming. One of the twin turbo Cessnas. Not owned, 2024. A lot of people are saying this is pretty good. Comes with like aircraft carriers and stuff. Piper Cub. Tomahawk. People liked this one. Take a quick break and be right back. Okay, let's see. Let's start and travel and see. Well, actually, I have a spreadsheet. Why don't I use that? I think I do anyway. So this is passenger, right? So you can also get an H-125 on 66 helicopter, R-66, yeah. And then A310's not available yet. 737 we have. ES-30 is basically not really flyable, and then we have the Saab. So of course these aren't available. That's not available. I'm trying to think if there's any really planes I want in any of these. I don't want this helicopter. There's a bunch in ads, right? Do I want any of them? Oh, I guess there's not a bunch. And no, I think I already have a 172. I guess let's focus on getting the ones that we actually care about, potentially. So, let's see, in delivery, we have 172s, PC-24s. Probably want to get a PC-12. I stopped buying them because they kept breaking them every time they quote-unquote tried to fix it. Like this would be good to get, 408. I think a 408 is the main thing I would want, and a PC-12. Do we have the Saab already? Because I'd want a Saab too, but I don't think we have it. Yeah. Yeah, it's starting to be like up in the many millions already. Ag, I think there's just the plane. It's like a couple million, not too bad. Yeah. Those ag missions are so hard though. Oops. Hate this plane. I just don't like the way it's modeled. It just doesn't fly right or anything. Doesn't handle on the ground right. Now in tourism we got our Piper and our 210 already. That's a pretty weird plane. I think there's a reason I haven't bought any of these. First of all, these missions aren't great. Charter would be another company I would buy into. And the only thing I want in search and rescue is the H-125, which I already have. Let's see, this is available planes. So I already have the CJ4 and the PC-24, which are kind of the best planes in here. I think I even got a PC-12 in this company. I'm gonna look again. Yeah. So that's kind of the 4 best planes in there. Wouldn't mind having some of the, like maybe this one and this one. Just not that crazy about the 930. Medical. We have the PC-24, but medical's all broken. Yeah, one of these might not be too bad to have. There's that one plane in fire that I don't have. But nothing pays very well is part of the problem. Except for 787, 737. These ones are hard. I think these are the cargo. Yeah, these are so hard and they pay like nothing. One thing I unlocked some area in the North Sea. Did anything come of that? Yeah, we got a bunch of these. Yeah, helicopter cargo. I was thinking it would be a lot of helicopter cargo there. So many missions. So few are any good. Not explored much of this whole area. Are there really no missions at all in this whole area? It might be all helipads. let's see, while we're up here, we've already done this pretty well. We could hop over here and unlock that, but I think we got most of the area. I don't know where to go in Canada for missions. Bigger airports. Whoa. Not bad. This may not work here. Mountains. But if you're going to grind 737 missions, now's the time to do it. It's going to get harder when SU3 comes out, because it's going to require you to have fuel to skip, and it will consume that fuel. So you're going to be putting in, you know, 500,000 in fuel.
It's a real pleasure to be flying together again.
Captain, Griffin from the flight crew here. Prepped for boarding, Captain. Awaiting your orders.
Anchorage ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. Could you please get the passengers on board?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. The jetway is going to be connected.
Anchorage ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. I am done with the boarding.
Boarding finished, Captain.
Anchorage ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. Could you please send the baggage?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. Baggage is on the way.
Anchorage ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. Could you please send a catering truck?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. The catering truck is on the road.
Waiting for this to come on.
Anchorage ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414 IFR to Miami. Ready to copy.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414 is cleared to Miami Airport via the ENCH1 departure. Expect runway 15. Maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency is 133.7. Squawk tree 444.
Clear to Miami via the ENCH1 departure. Runway 15. Maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency is 133.7. Squawk tree 444. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. Captain, we are at 50% Anchorage ground, fuel. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414, requesting pushback.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. Pushback request accepted.
Anchorage ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414, requesting the end of pushback.
Pushback is complete.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. Request to end pushback received.
You are cleared to start engines.
Anchorage Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414 at runway 15, ready for departure. IFR to Miami.
All luggage on board, Captain.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. Altimeter 2967. Clear for takeoff runway 15.
Cleared for takeoff runway 15. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts and secure all baggage underneath your seat or in the overhead compartments. Place your seats and table trays in the upright position. Turn off all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones, and prepare for takeoff. V1, rotate.
Delta Sierra Tango 4414, contact Anchorage Center on 1.3.7. Good day.
1.3.7 for Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Andre Higgins. Welcome aboard flight DST-4414, inbound to Miami. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 6,800 feet and an airspeed of 200 knots. It's 3:56 p.m. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you. Miami approach, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414 is passing 3,200 feet, climbing 7,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414, Miami approach, altimeter tree 010, radar contact, continue to grid. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414, maintain present heading and altitude, expect ILS runway 9er approach via leg transition, cleared to leg.
Maintain present heading and altitude, expect ILS runway 9er approach via leg transition, cleared to leg, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414, contact Miami Tower on 118 decimal tree when inbound on the approach.
Tower on 118 decimal tree, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. Miami Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414, 13 miles west, inbound ILS runway 9er approach.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414, Miami Tower, altimeter tree 010, cleared ILS runway 9er approach.
Cleared ILS runway 9er approach, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're approaching Miami where local time is 6:15 p.m. Please stay in your seat with your seatbelt fastened. Personal screens, footrests, and seat tables must be stowed away, and all hand luggage stored either in the overhead lockers or under the seat in front. Please ensure all electronic devices are turned off. Thank you.
Sure we're on regular time.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414, wind 097 at 1 tree, cleared to land runway 9er.
Cleared to land runway 9er, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414.
We are cleared to land. Three greens on the gear. Flaps are down, speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes armed.
Approaching minimums. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Oh, that's a little hard.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. Did you hear my last transmission?
Miami Airport Information Echo. 0300 Zulu. Wind 09 or 7 at 1 tree. Visibility 10. Sky condition. Few clouds at 2,700 feet. Temperature.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. Turn next taxiway. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. Exit runway when able.
I'm exiting.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414. Contact ground on 131.6.
131.6 for Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4414.
Wow, got the gate right in our face. Gate's clipping into the plane. Whoops. I guess the other way we could go is we could sell all the planes. Wonder where that is. Looks like maybe somewhere in Italy, LP? Not 100% sure on that. Looks like the best flight out of here. Unless we want to go down south. Let's make this one last one. Maybe I should start doing higher realism flights. Problem is career mode is not conducive to like using beyond ATC or something. Their ATC is kind of bleh. Yeah, it's clipping into our window there.
Good afternoon. So we're flying to Olive Eyes. Amazing place.
Yikes.
Captain, our cabin crew is ready for boarding. Awaiting your instructions.
Miami ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree. Could you please get the passengers on board?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree. The jetway is going to be connected.
Miami ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree. I am done with the boarding.
Captain, all
Miami
passengers
ground,
on board.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree. Could you please send the baggage?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree. Baggage is on the way.
Okay, 1095.
Miami ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree. Could you please send the catering truck?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree. The catering truck is on the road.
Miami ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree. IFR to Lisbon, ready to copy.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree is cleared to Lisbon Airport via the FLZZ tree departure, PADIS transition. Expect runway 9er, maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency is 119.45, squawk 4156.
Cleared to Lisbon via the FLZZ tree departure, PADIS transition, runway 9er, maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency is 119.45, squawk 4156, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree.
204
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree. Readback is correct. Contact ground on 127.5 when ready to taxi. Good day.
Currently at 50% fuel capacity, Captain.
Miami ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree, requesting pushback.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree. Pushback request accepted.
Hey, Captain. Tow bar okay?
Miami ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree, requesting the end of pushback.
Pushback is complete.
Luggage loading
Summit
now
Delta
complete.
Sierra Tango 551 tree. Request to end pushback received.
You are cleared to start engines.
Ugh.
Miami Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree, ready for departure. Runway 9er, IFR to Lisbon.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree. Altimeter tree 016. Cleared for takeoff, runway 9er.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 9er, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for takeoff. Please ensure your seat belt is fastened tightly, your seat is in the upright position, and your tray table is securely stored. Thank you.
V1, rotate.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree, contact Miami departure on 119.45. Good day.
119.45, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree.
Hopefully we can just enable approach. Looks like we can.
Approach, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree is at 4,000 feet, climbing 7,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree. Approach. QNH 1011, radar contact. Continue to top V. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree. Climb and maintain 4,000 feet. Contact Lisbon Tower on 118.50.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have begun our descent into Olive Eyes. Please turn off all electronic devices. In preparation for landing, make sure your seat back is straight up and your belt is fastened. Please secure your carry-on items, stow your tray table, and pass any remaining service items to the flight attendants.
Tango 551 tree. Please acknowledge.
Whoops.
Climb and maintain 4,000 feet. Tower on 118.505, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree. Lisbon Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree, 9 miles north, inbound ILS runway 20 approach.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree, Lisbon Tower. QNH 1011, cleared ILS runway 20 approach.
Cleared ILS runway 20 approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree.
Okay, auto brake set, spoilers armed. Gear and flaps coming up. And let's go 140.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree, wind 241 at 11, cleared to land runway 20.
Cleared to land runway 20. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree.
We've left the landing gear down. Seems we missed that step.
Maybe you missed the lesson on landing where you need the landing gear down? Maybe that's what happened. This is going to be a bumpy landing.
Approaching minimums. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree, turn next taxiway. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree. Contact ground on 121.755.
121.755 for Summit Delta Sierra Tango 551 tree.
Excellent. Notice when it flags something down here, I'm more likely to get 100% on airline procedures. I don't know what that means. Alright, there's 28 million to play with for buying some planes. I'll have to figure out what I want to do later. I don't know right now. Alright, well, have a good evening all. Bye-bye.